Why not? Let's do it from here. Messages.py. Edit anyway. Okay, so today's goal. Well, we already got the stability working. This is kind of a funny thing. Every time I've stopped streaming, I get frustrated because I haven't accomplished the thing I wanted to accomplish. So then I dig deeper, and then I figure it out off stream, which, you know, hopefully I get to a place where that doesn't happen anymore. But that keeps happening. So I'm done with this. This is done. So today I kind of want to have some. What's the goal? What do I want out of this? You know, I'll kind of say I don't really have a clear goal. Not applicable. Why not? Let's see here. Other things I can stream. Yeah, I'm still playing Darkest Dungeon. Okay, but what we are going to do today, though, is okay. So clean up code, log the time of events. Both of those got done. OCR is a background task. All that got done yesterday. So, what I want to do today is read the new read meta pass-through API docs. So they recently released this to developers. I just want to do a quick read through it, see if there's anything that calls out to me in terms of a limitation or something interesting that I may want to lean into. I don't really want to integrate with the API just yet. I want to give them time to fix bugs and things, but at least, you know, give that a shot in terms of just looking into it. What else I wanted to do today? Display text. Display OCR text in Godot. Let's do that. Just like something simple, nothing too complicated. And then I do think I want to OCR quality quick wins. I mean, I know there's a bunch of things I can do to improve the quality, and I don't really want to improve it that much, but I do want to see, hey, is there just some basic things that I can do that are going to boost things? So, okay. It's the end of the file. Okay, those three things, that's what we'll try to do. So we'll start with the API docs, and then we'll go from there. So let me run that, update that, and I'll be back in 1 second. All right, so let's take a look at what got done last time. Let me fix Godot here. Drag that over. Okay, so quick summary of what got working. I'll run the XR simulator. And let me drag that out of the way. And let's bring this up here. And I'll make it smaller. My headphones reconnected? My headphones disconnected? That's weird. Okay. All right. So some of this code changed a little bit. I'll drag this over a little more. There we go. Let's drag it up too. Beautiful. So now I declare OCR. So my OCR GD extension library, I declare it at the top of the file. So that gets declared up here. And then on ready, we initialize the connection and we connect a signal to it. And so this is good because now actually there's some setup stuff that's being done on the C++ side that previously was being done for every request. Now it only gets done once. So doing a bunch of setup there. Connecting a signal for when it's finished. And then when we enter the body, as in when I touch the cube over here, yeah, there's the whole toggle logic, but then we check to see if OCR is currently processing an image. So this way we don't process more than one at a time. So if you touch the cube multiple times, and because it's currently taking about 15 seconds for OCR to do its thing. I'm gonna see if I can boost that up today a little bit. I'll play around with some things, see if I can boost quality and boost speed at the same time. But before we get to that, yeah, if nothing's being processed currently, then we'll call process. And right now it's just a hard-coded image that I have locally. When the processing is finished, so that actually triggers a background thread to do the processing, where before it would freeze. Now, let's get that simulator a little more out of the way. Now, if I go up and I touch it, I can touch it multiple times. I can still use the app. Everything works. But down here in the logs, we can see we're initializing the setup, processing a new image. And when it finishes, it'll call this signal. So I've wired up a signal to listen. And right now, it's just going to display the result. So here you can see it finished. And let me look at the logs here. So 3429. Well, actually, no, it's really the 3704. So good, yeah, the initialization happened. 04. Yeah, so actually that took a little longer than previously, but yeah, about 15 or so seconds. So we call OC, when we get that signal event triggered, the processing complete signal, we wire that up. When that signal triggers, we use that as an opportunity to go get the result, get the text, and right now we just log it. And then here, from the pages of the content, these are sort of like the keywords that I pulled out, and I want to start then doing some basic kind of, I don't even know if I want to call it sentiment analysis, but see if we can detect these words, and if we detect these words, then do things in the scene based on that. So that's kind of the ultimate goal of where to get to. And now, actually, I actually didn't do this before. Let me make sure it works again. If I touch it again, yeah, processing new image. And let's see how long that one takes. Give it a few seconds, take a sip of water. And they're finished. So what did we end up with? 39 to 49, 17 seconds. So it's currently taking 17 seconds this morning. Yesterday was 15, consistently. I don't know why. And there's a bunch of junk in here too. So we get special characters and things, brackets and other non-English gibberish or currency, I don't know. So I imagine there's probably settings that I can turn on to tell it not to do that, to strictly adhere to alphanumeric returns only. It's also not detecting like the page break here, whereas if I do, yeah, if I run tesseract from here and get its output, it's going to successfully, when I run it from the command line, figure out that, let's see here, pervious to the criticism, the hollow. So it's cutting off some of the stuff here on the left side of the page, but it is wrapping correctly. Whereas if we were to go through this, you'd actually see, if you read this text, it's actually catching this sentence here, and then it's jumping over, I think, from here to there. So it's going from ashamed to but before finishing up. So it's not recognizing that these are two different groups of text. But when I run it from the command line, it does. So I think that's just some basic configuration issues that I need to resolve. There's probably some basic settings that I can set in Tesseract to get me some better quality. Also, this just generally seems to be better quality. There's still a lot of garbage here that needs to get fixed, but you can see it's mostly English and it's mostly readable. Whereas this is, there's a lot more special characters, a lot more ugliness over here. So I'm going to try to do some basic things to improve that. In the meantime, let's start with, again, what was our goal? Let me cat out streaming messages. Right, so let's go read the pass-through docs. MetaQuest pass-through API docs. Developers. Here we go. Pass-through API overview. Let me actually shut this down. Okay. And actually, give me a second. Just checking something real quick. I'll pause here for a second. Hold on. Okay, for some reason, the YouTube stream was unlisted. All right, let's dive into the API pass-through docs. So health and safety, recommend that you evaluate your content to offer your users comfortable and safe experience. Real time, is it real time? Define real time. Perceptually comfortable 3D visualization of the physical world. Developers to integrate pass-through visualization with their virtual experiences. Okay, note if you're just getting started, building blocks, how does this work? Separate layer. What is getting started say? Prerequisites. Unity. Yeah, again, I'm building this in Godot. I'm going to assume eventually Godot will have it. I'm not switching to Unity. Latest version. But which headset? I think the Quest 2 is not supported. Unity VR app tutorial. Configuration, setup, customize. Yeah, I just want to see what it can do. You may want to show either a VR or pass-through background based on user choice. Okay, wait until pass-through is ready. Rapid pass-through app development. You can speed up app development significantly by avoiding the need to rebuild and deploy every iteration. Run the app directly in the Unity editor. Okay. Meta XR Simulator will allow you to run your app in a simulator without the need for a headset. Yeah, I'm already using the simulator. Pass through over the link. Okay, features. Let's see what we have here. Customizing pass-through allows you to colorize the pass-through feed. You can perform image processing effects such as contrast adjustment, stair-stepping the grayscale values. Okay, that's cool. So at a minimum, I imagine this will be common for a lot of apps, is at least just doing some stylistic thing, because the camera quality is not going to be great. The headset cameras are just not. I think there's one headset out there that has a really high-end kind of sensor on the headset to make that pass-through quality really good. But on all the other headsets, it's good, but it's not amazing. And so if nothing else, just putting a basic filter on it to stylize or cartoonize the environment will just make it so much more palpable to the average user. Pass-through layer, opacity, edge rendering, color control. Okay. Color mapping. Probably don't care about any of this. Lookup tables. Animate colors. Okay. I don't know if this is what I want. Show pass-through in the background of your VR scene, which is not what I want. Where you show pass-through in the background of your VR scene, which is another thing I don't want. Use the layer's opacity to create a full scene blend between pass-through. Well, now that is interesting. Because that could be, even if you did like 80% opaque, just having that hint of the real world in there with them to kind of blur the lines between digital, physical, that'd be cool. But that's not what I want either. Occlusions. Pass-through SDK doesn't provide this functionality out of the box. Believable occlusions. Is this the new stuff, or is it? Yeah, I don't know. All right. Let's see here. Pass through windows. This is potentially useful for me. So especially if I'm able to get the text out, but it's not 100%, and reading, like displaying it, becomes a problem. Having like a layer of pass through there, a pass through window could be a way around that problem. Yeah, actually, it's really cool for keyboards and things. So if somebody has a keyboard in front of them, everything else can be virtual. Okay. Surface projected pass-through allows apps to specify the geometry onto which the pass-through image are projected. Let's see here. Okay. Samples. Hold on. Meta pass-through API. If I search for that, I go to news. Yeah, it's finally released the pass-through camera API. Okay. Maybe it's not pass-through API I'm looking for, but the camera API. Let's see. Okay. Pass-through camera API. This new API provides access to the forward-facing cameras. Yeah, where are the details on this? Let's see here. Yeah, let's search for PCA. Or how about PCA? Okay. Pass-through camera API. Best practices. Pass-through camera API. Okay. Okay. Pass-through camera API site is meta.com. Updated March 19th. Let's see here. How to access the pass-through camera API using the Unity webcam texture. Okay. Here we go. This might be it. Unity Centis framework with the pass-through. Okay, well, I'll bring it up anyway. This is their GDC blog post. Okay. Here's the overview. Okay. This is probably what I want. Disclaimer. This feature described in this document is being released as an experimental feature, which really just means that you can't deploy anything with it right now, but in a few months that'll change. Building and testing experiences, but Metastore will not accept any products. As is, subject to all applicable terms set forth in the SDK license. Yes, and it could be half broken, it could be buggy, it could be slow. Don't blame them. You have the opportunity to provide feedback. Note. Access will not appear in settings. Once camera access is granted, the app with access must be uninstalled to revoke access. I'm sure they'll fix that. Building on top of the Android Camera 2 API. That's the other thing I need to take a look at. This release introduces the new feature of Pass-Through Camera API, which provides access to the forward-facing cameras on the Quest 3 and 3S. Yep, so it doesn't work on the Quest 2, which is my headset. Computer vision and machine learning. Distinct from the media projection API, which supports casting from the user's point of view. It should be used if your purpose is to represent what the user is seeing, including the user interface. To represent. Huh? Video displaying. Yeah, I don't think I want this. Yeah, okay. Well, I'll skip that for now. We anticipate developers using the API to add application-specific computer vision capabilities to extend the understanding of the user's environment and actions beyond what is provided by Quest Scene API. This API provides an unobstructed view using the forward-facing RGB cameras and can be integrated with MLCV pipelines. And use cases. Specially trained MLCV models that can identify specific objects with which the application can interact, e.g. fitness equipment like dumbbells, industrial equipment like audio mixers. Assistant or guides for experiences. For instance, a museum tour, that when the user looks at a painting, they could get all kinds of information about the history of the painting, artist, style. Don't look at the painting itself. Look at the painting through VR. Maybe some museums, not fine art, I would imagine. Maybe architecture, I don't know. Feedback for training or special interest applications. After telling the user to do some task, the app could detect if the task was done correctly by interpreting changes to the environment, e.g. writing on a whiteboard, changes to the objects in the room. Okay. Use the camera image to modify a texture. Much more realistic design effects to be achieved. Okay, so 74 later, Quest 3, new permission. The basis of camera access, Android's Camera 2 API with Horizon OS. Camera 2 is implemented in most modern Android phones. Yes, this also goes to. Should I go back to trying to get this to work on just a straight up Android phone? Would be fun. Outside of Meta. And starting from the Horizon OS 74, Camera 2 is also available in Quest headsets. We also added 2 special Meta vendor tags to distinguish pass-through camera from other virtual or physical cameras on the headset. Provides a set of features for building camera apps, including image capture, capture camera data for advanced processing, camera metadata, query the API for various hardware capabilities and configuration info, multiple cameras. Okay. Fine-grained control. Access to the left and right cameras. Camera source. Position. Known issues. Best practice. On-device processing of camera images can enable compelling use cases, but ensure that your experience remains comfortable for users by maintaining a high frame rate. Performance. 40 to 60 milliseconds. 1 to 2% per strained camera. Okay. Is that this? Yep. Check in on Okay. If you plan to use the Android native interface, please reference native Camera 2 API. Native and OpenXR, this is more Unity specific. I'll probably not use, I'm definitely not going to use Unity, but I just want to see if there's useful information here. Let's see here. Unity prerequisites, no limitations, working. Yeah, but what can I do? Okay, configuring, blah, blah, blah. Samples overview, okay. Camera to world. Multi-object detection. Best practices troubleshooting. For loading models from common open source platforms and compiling them on device. Use cases. YOLO sample. Okay. All right. Let's see here. Okay, but a new project. I'll go back and leave this here. Now, what are these? Unless your app requires specific low-level features of Camera 2, we recommend using Camera X. Support Android 5. That replaces the deprecated camera class. Oh, that was one thing I wanted to see. Hold on. Let's go look at this. Samples. Okay, yeah, that's GitHub. That's what I wanted. Camera to world. Brightness estimation. Multi-object detection. Shader samples. Configure, blah, blah, blah. I wish it told you, like, what actually, like, what everything it can do. I feel like I'm not getting a very clear answer on specifically what do you have access to. What exactly do you have access to? And, you know, sample images from a Quest 3 that show you the resolution of what it captures, the form of what it's captured in. Yeah. Assets. I'm not going to waste my time on this at the moment. Additional Camera 2 basics. Yeah, what is Camera X anyway? Camera X, Jetpack library, Built to help make camera app development easier. Yeah, I don't know how much I want to dig into this. A single Android powered device can handle multiple cameras. Each camera is a camera device. Parallel processing. Use stream use cases for better performance. Okay. Create a camera capture session. Single capture request. Okay. Camera lenses and capabilities. Okay. Use multiple camera streams simultaneously. Okay. Camera preview, multi-camera API, extension API, foldable devices. Let me just look this up real quick. Godot Android Camera X. Native camera support for the Godot engine on Android. 7 years ago? 5 years ago? Let's do past year. This is probably what I want, but give me a second here. 4.3, I'm planning to create a game. Here's a starting point. Don't know much about it. Let's see. Unlikely in the next release. I don't see anything on GitHub, so I assume no one is working on it. So I think there's more hope. Fortunately, nothing seems to be going on there either. Movie writer. Okay. That is the request, right? Yeah. In the comments of this page of documentation, there is this pull request, so I would assume they're adding it to Godot 4.4. This helps. Yeah, same one. Camera server. Camera server will be supported on Linux in 4.4, but there's no ETA. (763). That's a different PR. 416. Is this 416? 416. There's a pull request adding camera support on Android, but it needs to be split into several smaller pull requests before it can be merged, as it contains unrelated features. Don't they all? Seems like every PR I see. There's always, not just Godot, like anywhere. It's always, can you break this into smaller pieces? Small PRs merged often. Okay, so what does this do? Camera feed, signals. Okay. Let's see here. Webcam support in Windows. Fine. I don't really care about this. Wow, this has just been sitting here forever. Edit. This is because this PR doesn't extend the interface like this other one did. I don't know how I'm supposed to use the webcam screen then. Okay, so there's a little action there. And then what is this? $2024. Camera server extension is a GD extension library for Godot that enables camera server support on multiple platforms. Interesting. Webcam access. Camera feeds for Android, Windows, and iOS. I've added camera feed support for Android and Windows. When was this from? October. To split commits into separate PRs. Yeah. Hey, I know you. Shame to see it lying dormant because at first glance this implements a lot of missing logic. This PR should be split into multiple PRs. Camera and movie logic should be separated. Yeah, core changes first. Formatting, etc. Yeah, so it sounds like there is some desire for that. Need help. Issue with camera view. Portrait view. Okay. I'm not going to read any more of this. So, a couple more things I want to read before I'm going to move on from this. So, Meta's docs on this. Camera access to Quest 3 is via Android Camera 2 API, which is included in the NDK. After completing this section, how to use the Camera 2 API to query for camera configs, start and stop camera image capture, access image data from application code and compute the average brightness. Compute and display the head-mounted display pose at the time of an image capture. Case studies. Android sample prerequisites. Android 32. The camera does not immediately shut down if you close the sample app. Building the sample. Okay. Select run from the toolbar. Build and install your device, managing permissions, sample app, start the camera, sample source code, query camera for available cameras and metadata. Okay, create camera manager. What do we have here? Okay, let's see here. Camera's IDs, get the camera's resolution, lens pose, meta-specific vendor tags, camera source and position. Okay. Opening it, fine. Image capture. Alright, this isn't really telling me much. Calculating camera pose. Unity. Okay, I think I already saw this. Yeah. New pass-through camera API. Okay, this is the kind of thing I wanted to see. I wanted to see like some examples of what it can do, not from like ideas of what I can do standpoint, but just I want to understand the limits of what it's capable of. So that's reflecting what's on the wall in the water. That's cool. So this unlocks the ability to use room images to apply textures. Yeah. We believe that this capability scary. Friend's face and applying it to a ragdoll. Okay. That's cool. Rendering tips. Okay. All right, I think I'm done for now. I didn't really get the answers I was looking for. This, I think I'll keep this up. I'll keep that up. Let me see here. Purpose and scope. No. Okay, so I'll strike that off the list, call it done. I don't really think I got any answers that I wanted. Other than camera access is available. So let me see about displaying OCR text in Godot. So what would I do here? got the world environment. Let me drag this over. Put that there. Go a little bigger. Okay. What's the next thing I can do? So my Godot experience is a little bit shaky. Can I... I guess I'm still very new to Godot. Let's do Godot. Why not? Instead of that, how about I just play around? 3D. Well, so what is this table? Mesh instance 3D. So I'm going to do a mesh instance 3D. I'll just call it tablet. Make it a box mesh. How is it different? Position, rotation. But how do you, I think you do here, right? Oh, there we go. Okay. How do I change its angle? There we go. It's really annoying that I have to like drag this over every time. Okay, that's way too big. Let's make it smaller. Make it 5 by 5. Okay, that works. And then okay. Happy with that. And then I will ask the internet this. Godot text on mesh instance 3D. It's a mesh instance 3D, right? 3D, not 3D text. Not what I wanted. How does that text in the text mesh 3D? You know, I thought I'd done something like this before already. Let me go look at. If I go to the master branch, what had I done here? Main scene, cube mesh, box shape, text rect. Maybe. Actually, let me just go look at my commits. Grid floor for easier testing. Basic font for dynamic text. README reminders. Dynamic text on a 3D surface. See, this is why you put good code comments for yourself so that your future self can go find an old commit that you wrote 4 years ago and go look at the diff. So I created a book.gd. Gotcha. So I created a book scene. Okay. I'm not going to make it a scene just yet. Page text. Called when the node enters the scene tree for the first time. Spatial material, cube mesh, box shape. Let's see here. Book is being looked at. So it's a Sprite 3D page text label. That doesn't seem like the right thing to do. But I'll keep that in mind. Text on a mesh surface. Yeah, this is probably what I did. But this is going to be old 2022 advice. Alright, but I'll give this a shot. It's a Sprite 3D. And then it's saying a viewport. Sub viewport. Okay. Label. Type the text you want to display into text in the label. Attach a script to it. Okay. Hello world. And a script to the viewport. So label dot rect size. Where is the sprite 3D? Oops. Maybe I'll back up a little bit so I don't accidentally hit the button. That's funny. These are horrible instructions. I use sub-viewport instead of viewport, and this worked for me. Go into the properties of the viewport and go into the section. Turn V-flip on. Turn V-flip on. Okay, well, I don't see that. You know, I don't care about transparent for the second. I'll fix that later if I need to. I just want to get something working. Now go into Sprite 3D and add a new texture. Viewport texture. Okay. Well, hey, that actually does kind of work at least. Then how do I add this Sprite 3D onto? Go to label, theme override. Theme overrides. What was it? Theme overrides. Fonts, new dynamic font. Right, font. Font sizes. If I crank that all the way up, how's that looking? That's actually looking really good. Okay. Let's not looking to make it perfect. Just trying to get it close enough. I'll try to watch some tutorials later on how to do this properly and fix it later, but for now I just want to get something passable. So that's the text. Why is there a script on it though? Oh, I guess it's just changing the size to whatever the size of the text is. I can be fine with that for now. I wonder if I have So this is now we're getting into things that I have done in the past with Godot, but it's been so long I can't even remember. So how do I, what I basically want to have happen is I wonder if I have access to OCR from over here. Let's find out. What if I just move it over? Will it work? Maybe I can just turn all that off for now. Oh, wait. I do want to call process on the button click. So if it's not processing, then we can call process on it. And then this, I do want. So I'm going to set up OCR, connect the signal to it. And let's see if that's going to work. Get that out of the way. Let's pull this over to here. Does that at least work? Processing new image. "15 seconds later, storing result." I don't think so. Okay, I'll have to figure that out. For the moment, can I at least just set the text? Godot set text on label from script. How do I change the text of a label through this script? It's 5 years ago. Let me go for the past year. Here we go. Oh, but this is... Do I have access to it like that? I wonder. Yeah, but where is the label? Very basic stuff I'm trying to figure out how to do. So what if I call it text? Do I have access to that from here? What did I do before? Oh, but see, I did this dollar thing. Is that still a thing? It is. Dot text equals text. But again, is that the right way to do it? It seems kind of ugly to me. Well, what if we just... Can we do dollar? No, I don't have access to that from here. This is the detector. Can I do a here? So from toggled, connect to script. Right. Gotcha. So now I have detector toggled here, which means I don't need you anymore. So all that's gone. And now this we call process on. But how do I, oh, I do connect the signal. So processing complete. In theory, this should work. Pull that out. Process new image. What's going to happen? Okay. Invalid assignment of property or key text with value of type string on a base object of type null instance. Huh? And again, what had I done before? I had done just label.text. So this is, I guess, traversal through the tree, which is probably not a good way to do things. Okay. What else had I done, by the way? Basic font. All right, so I just added a font and some README notes. So really, it was the cube color changes on click. It's really this dynamic text on 3D Surface. That's fine. So this error. Caller thread can't call this function in this node. Oh, by the way, okay, yeah, no, the output's there. So we got the output. that's good. The issue was node not found. Book text. Was that really the error? So I'm able to print it. What if I just do text changed and rerun it? Well, that changed from hello world to something else. Invalid assignment of property or key. Okay. So let's see here. Okay. I can't seem to copy that for some reason. Oh, hey, look. Well, that's the locals text. That's fine. Godot. Invalid assignment of property or key text. Value of type string on a base object of type. No, similar error. Try label.modulate to change the text. If I am late, I apologize. But why would it be... Where is the script attached to for this person? Yeah, maybe I'm just putting the script on the wrong thing. Wait, what? Okay. Let me take a break here for a second. Okay. Take a quick sip of water. So back to this error. Oh, yeah, that's what I was doing. So I created a book text. So yeah, maybe I just have it on the wrong thing. In fact, I'll probably just delete this script. So I might be able to do, I just bring those in. Click up to the top here, bring that in. Yeah, so I wonder if I can just copy things around like this, or does like wiring up signals require like an actual formal connection? I don't think it does. So I think all that's fine. And then this, I think for the moment, well, maybe I'll just destroy all this. And then pass here. And let's kill that. So now this script is maybe for like doing some resizing of that viewport and things like that, but that would all, that's all this would be for. Now this is where the book text, this label, right. I'm gonna pull this down here so I can get to it. I really wish there was an easier way to do this, but I guess I can just drag that over like that and not resize anything. Nope, doesn't work. So that's the detector, right? Disconnect that. Let's connect to book text. So we got a book text. I already had the function there, so now it's gonna work? I don't know. Let's find out. Yep, now it's running. And we'll just change from hello world to something else. Ah. Null instance. Again, what is, why? Why is that the case? Godot change label text from script. Why is that not working? So again, what did I do? I did it from a script. But where was that script attached to? Page text size, label rec size. Yeah, see, I did have this here as well. On ready. And then we have our book. Yeah, but the book GD. Yeah, so now this is all coming back to me. So mesh instance, area connect, input event. Book is being looked at. Sprite 3D. Page text, label text. So the book was even. book GD was attached to what exactly? I wonder if I can set like a breakpoint. Toggle comment, bookmark, breakpoint. I want to do a breakpoint. I thought I could do that before. Again, what's the error? It's going to run for 15 seconds and then it's going to fail. What's troubling you is getting the There are nodes between your current node and the label. You will need to go through the hierarchy until you can reach it. I changed the location of my label, so my label import pathing was incorrect. What if it's just text? Because the script is on the itself. I wish this would be faster. I could probably just disable the... I mean, I could test this more rapidly another way, I guess is the point. Oh, redefinition of text. Okay, fine. Bar OCR text. OCR text. I wonder if there's like a self.text. Yeah. And you know, I don't think you need to do this self, but I'm so used to that from everything else I've ever done. I wish this would stay over here and not come back over. You're fine. Let's just... I don't need to move it over to the side. Processing new image. Down here at the bottom. Didn't error. I mean, I do have this. So on ready dollar dot text. See, that can change it. And I'm able to trigger the signal. It's able to get here. Godot. Label script change text on self. Okay, well, what if let's just undo this. Let's just disable that. I don't want to break everything, but we can go to detector signals. Let's disconnect that. Connect, okay, fine. And I want it to be this. So now we're back to here. That's a signal connected, right? And then, again, now, we'll see if this works. Maybe it was just a glitch that it wasn't working before. Processing new image. Why? Why? On a base object of type null instance. What if we do it from here? Because that's what I had done, right? So we reload it. Yeah, so it does foo properly. So that reminds me of the one comment somebody made, which seemed like a silly comment to me. they did like an export, didn't they? Export var label. Var. But why would that be the case here? Just seems like a odd way to do it. And then label.text. Add export. And now can I do that perhaps? Because now it's exported. Okay, that failed. On the support view. There's no way this is going to work. Yeah. Because it has no idea what that is. Alright, I'm trying to do this too much, but let me ask an AI. But importantly, that's not the error I'm getting. It's $book text equals foo. And that works. And then down here, yeah. Oh. But that should be a public property, I would think. So now if I run it, what error am I going to get? Yeah, so foo worked. So the error is going to be a bit more nuanced than that. Godot 4.3. Darn it, what was the error? Really? That's what you're gonna do to me? So what am I trying to do? I'm trying to set the text on a label from a GD script attached to its parent viewport. Getting the error null instance type string on a base object of type Alright, so it's saying, or whatever the parent type is. So I've never had this before, but on ready var label equals dollar book text. And then we can do label from here and label from here. Var label label. Let's try that. Is that going to succeed? Typically occurs when you're trying to access a label that hasn't been properly connected or initialized. So label.text is foo. This function in the node can only be accessed from either the main thread or a thread group. Use call deferred instead. This function in this node, call deferred. Caller thread can't call this function in this node. Call thread group. Okay. Godot call deferred. I don't see any notable difference except the warning going away. Deferring freeing physics nodes because freeing physics. Okay. Let's say label dot call deferred method text bar Still not working. Method not found. Hello, need help. Not understanding why there's an error. Thank you. In any case, in my experiments, setting this will not work directly. That won't work. You have to use set deferred. It worked. Did it? Did it work? But why? Okay. Let's try for real this time. Let's do it. And is it gonna work? Or is it gonna hate the text? Because it's all garbled text, some of it. Whoa, okay. But I could fix that. I mean, it kind of worked. Hold on. 3-day. What's the font on this? It's kind of working, right? Yeah. Oh, well, let me think about that. Where's our sprite? Okay. Is this, or is it the viewport? No, I think it's the sprite. How do I change its dimensions? Do 400 by 400. Yeah, that's reasonable. There. Okay. And then with the book text, where is the... Let's do 12.5. Okay. And then to fix that, okay. I'm happy with that for the moment. And I don't really need to reload things. I can probably just touch the button again. And watch it try again and update. Let's see it update. So I think it updated, but didn't do great. Okay, so that's not a bad start. I'll probably start tinkering with, well, okay, so objectives for today. Read the API docs, I did that. Display the text in Godot. OCR quality, quick wins. Yeah, so again, running from the command line, the quality is higher. So can I get this level of quality at a minimum and just get something in? Like, can I just improve the quality a bit so it's actually somewhat readable as opposed to the garbage I'm currently getting? I at least have something displaying in the world. I wonder, can I make this a child under here? Is that how that works? I guess. I don't know. Let's call that book. And then if I go to scripts, let's just not. Actually, this should just be an array, right? So I should be able to do expected expression. Not fully like Python, right? Godot first. Get first part of text. Get first n characters from string, yeah. Yeah, in Python you would do that. There is talk of this being added to Godot 3.1. Incorrect, please ignore. Dot left. Let's try it. Will it show up? So that all worked fine. What about the log? Yeah. The log worked fine. Okay. Probably should do something like let's do this. Since it's multi-line for now, and then we'll do print. We'll do that. And I'll get that out of there. Drag this up here. Okay, so that worked. Let's just see what the logs do. I just want cleaner logs for the moment. So that actually did work. Use deferred. I don't know why it's used deferred. I'll accept it for now, but I'll have to learn, as always. Yeah, that's what I want to see in the logs. So then I know, like, hey, all this in the middle. I can do 200. All right, I'm not going to do anything else there, though. So that all works. That means the book text. Oh, did I? Oh no, this was still here. So book text script doesn't need to exist. I can delete this. How do I delete that? The file being removed are required by other resources in order for them to work. Cancel. I mean, like, none of this is needed, so let me just clean up some of it anyway. But if we do file, edit, really? Godot, delete script. Unmounted from any nodes it's attached to. But that doesn't... File. How do I completely delete that script to start? In Godot 4, this changed to the same way you attached it. Oh. And now I could do, oh, now if I do, if I close that one, and now I delete it, remove it. I don't know what's gonna happen. It's probably fine, right? So I detached the script, that was fine. I think I can live with 400 there. Twice as much text as that. So I can kill that now. So let's stop that. So OCR, CLI arguments. I wonder, I don't think I need this anymore. How to put text on a label. Yeah, I'm gonna have to go just continue to learn more Godot stuff. So where is my Tesseract docs? Remove a script, that's fine. Change script on self. Invalid assignment, yeah, that's fine. List of strings. Or working with arrays. Let me put this down here, and I will, well, I thought I had some things here, didn't I? Right. Let me bring that over. So this is a proven quality, but let's go to GitHub and go to Tesseract from here. Tesseract, here's Tesseract OCR, source, I think it's probably not docs, right? Here we're at base API. And in the API, what am I calling? So I go to source OCR.cpp. What do I end up calling? API get UTF-8 text. Well, API is initialized down here with a new base API, which is this. All right, let me just read this class then, how you initialize it. Copy constructor. So also I am setting this up here, and then I'm calling a init on the API with the data path to test data. And I'm saying ENG for English, I believe. Now from the CLI, they had said, when calling from the CLI, yeah, I wonder if I can have it write files for me, because I know some of what it can do is write files to show you what it sees, and then that might help me debug further. You know, auto text rotation might be something I want to do at some point. But for now, with a book that is relatively centered, I mean, I guess it's skewed a bit, but not by that much. I want to see how far I can push things without getting too crazy on the code. Borders, okay. Too big. So it's optimized to recognize sentences of words. But it's not. The version that's running is doing a pretty terrible job at that. So that's improving quality. Here, this file. Let me bring this over. So this is the command line usage. So there's the OEM, ENG for English, for the language. Okay. So there's an init method here, set input name, get input name, set output, set variable. Set the value of an internal parameter, just as you would in a config file. Example, set variable test_dit char blacklist xyz to ignore x, y, and z. So I could set I guess they have a blacklist. I could set like a bunch of special characters and things. Or just like any character that's not alphanumeric. To set numeric only mode. Numeric mode. Okay. Set variable may be used before init, but settings will revert to default on end. Get int var, get bool, get double, print. Variable is string. Init, here we go. Data path. Well, let's see what the little docs here say. Instances are now mostly thread safe and totally independent, but some global parameters remain. Basically, it is safe to use multiple test-based APIs in different threads in parallel, unless you use set variable and some of the parameters in classify and text stored. If you do, then the effect will be to change it for all your instances. Return 0 on success and -1 on failure. Note that the only members that may be called before init are those listed above here in the class definition. Data path must be the name of the test data directory. The language is usually an ISO string or null pointer will default to English. It is entirely safe and eventually will be efficient too to call init multiple times on the same instance to change language or just to reset the classifier. The language may be a string of the form indicating that multiple languages are to be loaded, e.g. hin plus ing will load Hindi and English. Languages may specify internally that they want to be loaded with one or more other languages, so the squiggle sign is available to override that. E.g., if hin were set to load English by default, then hin plus squiggle English would force loading only hin. Oh, okay, so remove it. The number of loaded languages is limited only by memory, with the caveat that loading additional languages will impact both speed and accuracy, as there is more work to do to decide on the applicable language, and there is more chance of hallucinating incorrect words. Warning. All TensorFlow parameters are reset back to their default values. So dataset, language, OCR engine mode. So that's the next thing I can pass. So if I do 1 here, and build, because 1 is to use the neural net. It should like that. Unless I'm reading this wrong. No, is this not? There we go. In file, initializing argument 3 of okay, so there's a bunch of different ways you can call this. So basically, when I called this, it called language, so it passed it up the chain and with null pointers for other values. Gotcha. So this is the overloading. They've set up overloading here. But what is that? Okay. Because I don't think this is well documented. But let's find out. So I think this is just going to be command line usage here. Source code documentation. Let's go to latest. So this might just be more readable. class list. What about init? No, it's gonna be test base. Test line. Main. This is not useful. Namespaces, tesseract. We can choose to instantiate load run only tesseract part, only the cube part, or both. Please make sure to make the appropriate changes to all enums mirroring it, e.g. Run tesseract only, fastest, deprecated. Run just the LSTM line recognizer. Run the recognizer, but allow fallback to tesseract when things get difficult. Deprecated. Okay. Specify the mode when calling init to indicate that any of the above modes should be automatically inferred from number of OEMs. I am confused. Because this says if I do help extra here. Oh, this is engine modes, OEM. Versus segmentation modes. Oh, so this is tesseract only. Neural net only. Legacy plus default based on what is available. Which is what I wanted. But what is this telling me? Oh, so I do want LSTM only. So maybe I want this to read Can I do this maybe? Tesseract, : OCR, engine mode. Well, the question would be, is there an example on GitHub of someone doing this? Glue.cpp. Let's do C++ only. Oh, see? Okay, so I should be able to do LSTM only. Very nice. Wonder if I set it to null. Will that still work? So now if I build it, now it should work. And then I wonder if that improves the quality. Yep, that succeeded. Now let's run it. Don't think so. I think that gave us the exact same output, which I'm not surprised about. Now, what if I do? What if I set that to null? How is it going to find things? And I think it might be the page segmentation mode that's kind of messed up right now, but I feel like there's something else going on too. Did it just crash? Right, it is crashing. It's crashing because I can't pass null. If I pass null, I think it just looks for it in the same directory, and since it's not there, it doesn't find it, and then it screams. So what are these other options here? I can set DPI, specific location of user words files, engine mode, page segmentation. Which tesseract? So it's program files tesseract. Let's go take a look. Regular program files. So it's saying it's this one. Wait, what? Oh, I grabbed the wrong thing. So that's not the right folder. There we are. So it's this one. There's all the DLLs. I wonder what this does. Nothing. I mean, that's the .exe that I'm actually calling from the command line. That's why. What about these .html files? I don't know why that sent me over there. I think I know why, actually. So this is the manual page for the command line OCR. why is it configured from scratch to be pretty good? Is it going to be like similar test data? I wonder. So there's a bunch of readmes as HTML. You know, maybe it's the test data. So maybe I should do let's move our source tesseract test data to source tesseract test data old, and then we're going to copy C test data to source tesseract. No, copy dash R. Fine. Let's rebuild it. I don't think I need to rebuild it because it was just the path to it. It didn't need to actually have it that way. And now if I run it, it says loading text. It's not actually loading text. It's still the same garbage. Why is that? Yeah, I shouldn't do it on ready. What I should do is there. And then the default text for this should be nothing. Not that it matters. Yeah, so it's nothing. And the second I touch it, loading text. Great. And it's not gonna do what I want anyway. But I'll let it finish. I'm curious how long this is taking right now. Is it back down to 15 seconds? Is it slower? Is it faster? And what? 12 to 29. So 10 plus, 17 seconds. Okay, so it is taking more than 15 seconds consistently today. Anyway, so replacing the test data didn't help. Oh. Did it change it at all, though? That got modified. Git diff source. This isn't probably going to do anything useful for me. Okay, so it has a different UID. But otherwise, otherwise, nothing changed. Alright, fine. So it's using the right test data. What are the CLI defaults then? It seems like why is it that when it runs from the CLI, it's fine, but when I run it from Godot, it works, it's just ugly, you know? Well, one thing I can try is this. Speaking of, I can do this. Shift insert, right? Yeah. Control insert, shift insert. Let's try that. So the combined one is interesting because it's the legacy plus the engine. It's gonna be slower, but I wonder if that's somehow gonna like move the needle in a way. Whoa! It crashed. It crashed with no error. Whoa. It's not what I wanted. Where'd you go for it to? So is that not a thing? I didn't get logs, did I? There's ls-la, maybe. Maybe there's like a hidden log file or something. Don't think so. I remember looking into trying to get logs out of this thing, and it was something I'd have to go out of my way to implement. I just haven't done it yet. All right, so let's do only. So I guess like legacy's not available. I mean, I probably didn't even need to pass it because I guess the Tesseract Legacy 1 just isn't available. But what else is it? Well, what if I call it like OEM 2? So let's see what it does there. Yeah, so okay, Tesseract Legacy engine requested, but components are not present. So we don't even have the legacy engine there, which again, hold on, let me be right back. All right, I'll probably stop soon anyway. But what was I saying? Yeah, so it doesn't have it, and that's why it's failing. Failed loading language ENG. Test route couldn't load any languages because it didn't have it. So yeah, and again, I don't need to pass this. I might not even need to pass ENG because it's going to default to that. Single options. Languages and scripts. Let's check these out, shall we? Bosnian, Czech, Chinese simplified. English. Is there American English? Middle English, okay. Equations, math. French, Hungarian, Georgian, Icelandic, Italian. To use a non-standard language pack named whatever.train data. Is that what they complained about, by the way? .train data, eng.train data. Set the test data prefix environment variable to the path of it. Test data fast includes train data files for the following scripts. Test data best. Best, most accurate trained models. CD eng.trained data 8 years ago. For the test racked open source, these models only work with engine. Okay. If I go to this and I download the raw file. Cool. Where would that be? Is that downloads isn't there, right? Sorry. Fine, I won't copy it from there. It is looking for it in test data, right? Not present in eng.trained data. Fine. Let me just bring this over. And then if we copy /c pro /c. Why is that not working? Was it over here that I did it? Fine, we'll do it from here. And we'll send it to source tesseract test data. Get diff source tesseract test data. So they differ. Okay, that's fine. Rebuild even though I don't need to. By the way, now will this work? No, it's not going to work. Is this going to... I forget where I left this. It's probably going to crash. Maybe it won't. I guess it's not going to crash. Because I fixed it. Okay. I couldn't remember where I left it. And gibberish. Great. So I changed the training data, but it had no effect. Now, what if I don't spec an OEM at all and I run it, what do I get? Yeah. So it's still working fine. I didn't change anything. So this is the best trained data, and it got updated a year ago with a rename. Wait, what are the issues here? It's always good to look at the issues. Test data fast. 8 months ago. Fast integer versions of trained models. They only work with the LSTM engine. But components are not present. These are a speed accuracy compromise to what is offered in the best value for money in speed and accuracy. For some languages, this is still best, but for most, not. Most users will want to use these trained data files to do OCR, and these will be shipped as part of Linux distributions. Oh, only the new... That's what LSTM means. LSTM engine. And is that what that error means? Legacy is requested. Yeah, so this is the neural net, not the legacy engine. 0 and 2 won't work with them. Okay, that's fine. So again, that just reinforces that. Passing that up flag doesn't do anything because nobody's using the legacy anymore. So that's fast. Trained data. Last year, trained models with fast variant of the best models plus legacy models. The English model is 7 years old. These language data files will only work with 4 and newer. They are based on these sources on GitHub. These have models for legacy engine as well as the new engine. Have been updated to the integrated version. So they should be faster, but probably a little less accurate than the test data best. The legacy models have been removed for, okay. So what if I grab this? Let's just give it a whirl, see what happens. I just want to see something change, something have an impact. Let's download. All right. Replace the file. By the way, I should now be able to do OEM 2. Yep, I can now do OEM 2, which is the combined. And it seems to work as well as before. Maybe, actually, I need to do this. And I do need a rebuild for that. Luckily, it's pretty fast. Now it shouldn't crash. I think it is different. Slightly different. What about the speed? 55, so it's like 14 plus 5, 19. So it's 2 seconds slower. So I do think it did something. But barely moved the needle. Kind of annoying. User contributed non-Google OCR models. Written in Greek. Okay, I don't want any of that. Fast test. Test train. I get the feeling it's going to be like an image ingestion problem is probably what my issue is. For the moment, config files and augmenting with user data. Are documented as flags in source code. If your language pack is in, then create 3 new files. User words, user patterns, environment variables. Okay. What about I want to do test base API. With init. Or how about init with tesseract? OEM default. Yeah, so where was my... Yeah, here we go. So what are my other options then? Data path, language, mode, config vars, which is a list, config's size. Well, no, this is a vector. Vars vec, vars val. Boolean, set only non-debug params. In-memory version reads the trained data file directly from the given data array and or reads data via file reader. Return the language's string. Sure. Really frustrating to me that it works well from the command line, but from code, it just, the performance is worse. So configs would be the third thing. So engine mode. And then language, so I probably want OEM underscore. So null pointer. Again, 1.5. I wanted something a little more specific. I wonder if I can get a CPP file only. Path. Well, yeah, I could do path is star.cpp. Maybe that'll cut down some of the noise. Just really help me find examples that I'm looking for. So test data path, Q printable. Tesseract name. Well, Tesseract name is going to be the language code, so that's a little odd. Then OEM default. That seems incorrect to me, but okay. Oh, never mind. I'm wrong. Yeah, the second argument is the language. Then we have OEM configs. I probably should look for config. That's what I should do. If I search for config, well, now we're getting down to like 700. So now it's looking a little bit better. Yeah, configs. Preserve interword spaces. Okay, so if I wanted to do configs, it's probably something along the lines of char string configs equals something like that. To Latin 1 data. I don't know what all that is, but okay. We have, well, a config file path. Then he passes in configs where, yeah, he's loading in config size 1, is it? pconfigs string copy. All right, well, I'm gonna maybe give up on that for a second. But I could see when it's passing in configs. What does configs end up being? Oh, read a config file containing a set of params. Search the standard places. Yeah, but what are the config options? I mean, I guess I kind of had this. So single options, show, okay, these just, this show different things. List, Langs, English copy. Okay, fine. I only have one engine available. I could have sworn there was more controls and settings I could do. So PSM. Would be nice. If I can set that argument properly. But how do you set PSM? Public types. Oh, yeah. PSM. Yeah, but how do I pass it is the question. What, nobody did PSM? Oh, here we go. So that's API and net. So in theory, And what are my options? Maybe you meant to use the API. Fine. Is that what you're supposed to do? I never really understand. I have to learn what that arrow syntax means for C++. Now, before I waste my time going back and forth with Godot on this, if this just at least works and doesn't fail, I'll probably switch to, whoa. So that worked. I was like, if it works, maybe I should try these first. So what was the CLI? PSM. PSM 0. Orientation and script detection only. Hold on. I think it's supposed to be -L. Let me do that. Why is it saying script Latin? Detects only orientation. Okay, that's fine. If I do 1, what do we end up with? 1 is, I think this is the default. Sure. So if I actually undo single word. What was single word? Treat the image as a single word. Ah, okay, sure. Auto OSD. So since that seemed to give reasonable results here, hopefully now we'll get reasonable results in Godot. Maybe for whatever reason the default segmentation was set to something else. I don't know. At a minimum, I'm sure I'm going to get probably the exact same thing I got before. Text is loading. Oh, hey. Sorry, I'm like, wait, what's going on here? Okay, so it's just got a little confused. So we do have a bunch of nonsense. Chapter 23. And then maybe it does struggle with, well, maybe that's something that's just it's struggling with special characters or something. I don't know. I mean, bits of it sort of fit. Garcia, said Ron, awkwardly. But when you look at the whole thing, he took a deep breath. He took a deep breath. I think we are supposed to get rid of Horcruxes, Harry. That's what Dumbledore told us to do. Maybe we should. And how is this? Is this what we're getting here? What did I do? I ran PSM1 here as well. And is that what we got? Did we get something very similar? Here. E A something G quote Hapter. Yes. Okay, good. This is, well, a quote character, and over here it didn't know what to do with it. So that could just be a Godot engine type issue. Together, and then we ended the quote. Awkwardly. Another quote. Okay. So that's what the issue was. The issue was something with Tesseract on the CLI defaulting to a different page segmentation mode than what the API version does. I don't know what the API was doing, but it just kept giving me nonsense. And not only was it giving me nonsense, it was blurring, it was mixing things up. Like when I ran it from the command line, it would parse this text here and then this text would be beneath it. But when I ran it using the API, it would do this first line and then jump over to here. It treated this as like one big line of text. So I have to imagine it's one of these settings here. By the way, again, where's our performance at? Let's find that out. Let's go with that over here. Let's bring this back. And yeah, where is our performance at? $22. Ah, like 12 seconds. So we actually boosted speed. Which, now my question is, if we go with LSTM only, do we get the same result? And do we boost speed even further? Because then that's a good, I wanted a quick win, and that would be the quick win. If I boost speed slightly and the quality is slightly better, I mean, not just slightly better, it's definitely better than what we had before. Then I'll take that as a win. That's at least like the quick win I was looking for. Okay, quality seems to be the same. I don't know. I mean, bits of it sort of together, said Ron. And that felt faster, actually. 43 to 53, so 12 seconds. We're at 12 seconds timing-wise. So it didn't really matter. I think I'll keep it on the OEM only. And since it seems like this is implied, you could say like, hey, why not just delete it since it's implied? But I do think it helps from a dev documentation standpoint to, you know, be explicit with some of these things. So that way when I'm reading the docs, if it's me like 3 months from now trying to improve things and I come into this code, I'm gonna see like, oh, this is what I've been using. This is what it's been set to for the past couple months. And who knows if that default ever changed. At least now I'm pinned to this version of things. Okay, so let me quick read through these, see if there's ones that I should try. So what we're on is automatic page segmentation with orientation and script detection. PSM auto only. So let's try that. In fact, I'm gonna paste this here and I'll do that. Well, I could rapidly do it from down here. Actually, if I go back to 0, it's gonna be garbage, right? Yeah, it's just that thing. So if we go to 2, page detection only. Did we have... We'll do help PSM. And then we'll do, yeah, PSM 2 is auto only. No OSD or OCR. Okay, so it doesn't do the OCR. Fully automatic page segmentation, but no OSD. Is that automatic script detection? Okay, well, 3 is going to be PSM auto. That's the default. It says, okay, it says that's the default. So let me try that one then. Because I'm not sure I need OSD. So if I do that, does it give me, because that's the quality, I mean, this is the quality I had before. And it seemed like I was getting similar quality. If I go up to the top here, yeah. After 22, I don't know, I mean, together, said run awkwardly, but all those things. So now if I run it here, yeah, same quality. I need to handle special characters, but what about our speed? 16, so 12 seconds again. So the OSD doesn't seem to add anything. So now we've got assume a single column of text of variable sizes. Single uniform block of vertically aligned text. Assume a single uniform block of text. Default. Why? So the CLI has a different default than when you call it as an API. I'm not even going to try it because I know that's what it's going to be, and it's going to be garbage. It was treating it as a single block of text. That's what the default was. Treat the image as a single text line, as a single word in a circle. I guess this is good for like stop signs and things, or like logos, company logos. Treat the image as a single character. Find as much text as possible in no particular order. That's sparse text. Okay, so I guess that's just find me all the text in the environment. Sparse text with orientation and text det. Treat the image as a single text line. Bypass hacks that are tesseract specific. Number of enum entries. Okay, so the point is I'm going to go with PSM Auto. I'll keep this here since it also worked. Who knows, OST might be useful at some point. I'll also do that, knowing that combined is an option. Again, I'll leave these commented out options as like, hey, these are possibly first attempt kind of things. So I don't really need page segmentation mode. I don't really care about that anymore. So where's my docs? Okay, so now I'm at the point where I really, well, let me take one more quick look at the docs here. Help extra. Let's see here. What's the CLI giving us? Test data. So I could mess with test data. I could change what data I use. Which, speaking of, git checkout source tesseract test data. Why is this so slow? Star. Okay, I didn't like that for whatever reason. Let's undo PDF as well. I don't need to rebuild, but I'll do it anyway. Just on the off chance I'd somehow change something and I didn't even notice it. Okay, so I undid the changes to test data. Other than that, there's an old directory here, but it's not going to get used. And then let's run it one more time. Because I think my performance did go down when I pulled in the new test data. When I made changes to the English language. And the data I have, the test data I have there might be older. Said Ron awkwardly. So that's all good. What's our time like? 12 seconds. Okay. So nothing changed. User words, specify the location of a user words file, user patterns file, specify DPI for the input image, log level, language, config vars. Right, but what are the config vars? PSM and OEM. All right, that's fine. Config vars. But what config vars? A typical value of n is 300. Without this option, the resolution is read from the metadata included in the image. If the image does not include this information, tesseract tries to guess it. All right, so I could probably set that at some point once I know, like, the headset resolution, like what it's going to be. OEM, user patterns, user words, config file, the name of a config file to use, or an absolute relative path. Config is a plain text file which contains a list of parameters and their values, one per line, with a space separating parameters from value. Interesting config files include alto, PDF, quiet, Okay, config files and augmenting with user data. Right. Load system dog, load frequency. All right, I'm not going to look at this anymore. Was this where I was looking at? Yeah. PSM single word. PSM auto is, I think, what I'm using, right? Yeah. So what else did you do? OEM default. So what I should do is look for PSM auto. Because that's going to find me somebody who's using the API like I'm using it, not using the CLI, and who has had to spend some time configuring it properly. And did they set any other things? So they set it to auto. What else? What else we got here? I don't see the auto. That's a little weird. Let's see here. LSM combined. What else did you do? Auto OSD, yep. File name size of tesseract set variable test edit write images 1 debug file name. So this is interesting. This is the kind of thing I was looking for. Set image, recognize. Now look at one or two more. UB Mannheim. Oh, right. This was Windows installer for Tesseract. Set page. Two local 8-bit data. Could not initialize. Fine. Yeah, so that's the only setting people are setting. Seems like it anyway. What is this here? API, init, args, set auto, have liblept, image, character set UTF-8. That's what I was curious about. Yeah, so when I get it, get result. Oh, result text. So I make it a Godot string of the text. Right, so I just try to convert it to a Godot string. But I've got some sort of special character issue there. Can't stop looking at things. All right, I'm gonna give up. This one's interesting. I'll take a look at that later. That's fine. Code search, more code search. API docs. Yeah, I think I'll keep these here. Keep those up. And I did have these here, but I moved this over. Right, command line usage. And then improving quality. You know, while we're at it, I might as well just look at improving quality real quick before I gotta go eat. And I've been streaming for quite a while. Improving quality of the output. Using Leptonica. It generally does a very good job of this. And I'll say, like, now that I've fixed things, yeah, I think it actually is pretty good. Before doing the actual OCR, it generally does a very good job of this, but there will be cases where it's not good enough, right? You can see how Tesseract has processed the image by using the configuration variable. Right, I did remember seeing something like this. This has probably been what I've been looking for the past 20 minutes. A list of useful control parameters and config files. Okay. Tesseract is extremely flexible if you know how to control it. There is a large number of control parameters to modify its behavior. While these change from time to time, most of them are fairly stable. A list of parameters. Is that what you're going to tell me? You're going to tell me print. Oh, it is right here. Why did I not even... Parameters. Whoa! Yeesh. What is... Ooh. Penalty for inconsistent punctuation. Wow, okay. What were the first ones I came up with? Log level. Max pixel gap for broken fixed pitch. Okay, there are 3 types, init only. Characterized by init in its initialization macro, these parameters can only be set during init function. That takes a list of config files. You can't change init only parameter with Tesseract executable -c. The rest can be set through set variable and make two further groups: general parameters, control many different aspects of its functionality, and debug. Useful parameters. Note that the default value may change. Check the source code if you need to be sure of it. Load system dog. Default is true. Controls whether or not to load the main dictionary for the selected language. Okay. User word suffix. The extension of the user words word list file. If non-empty, it will attempt to load the relevant list of words to add to the dictionary for the selected language. E.g. if, yeah, so that's if I want my own words. Language model penalty non-dict word. Double. The penalty to apply to words not in the word dog. Ooh, okay, so that's currently set to 0.15. If I crank that up to like 0.5, maybe what that'll do is like get rid of this garbage and get rid of like this garbage. So then I'll just have more just like language. Okay. Language model penalty for non-frequent dictionary word. The penalty to apply to words not in the freq dog word list. Okay. Useful parameters for Japanese and Chinese. Cool. I like it. What is this? Control params, data files, test doc. Oh, this is the user manual. Train data files. Model files, blah, 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 test data. These models are available with the following GitHub repo: test data. Two more sets of official train data, trained at Google, are made available in the following GitHub repos. Yeah. Language model train data files, same as. Okay, anyway. I was here. And we have English. Okay. So these are older versions, I guess. Frequently asked questions old. You can run it in parallel. Okay. Technical documentation. For training neural net based on. Okay, I don't need any of that. Useful parameters. That's useful. Very useful link. you can see how Tesseract has processed the image by using the configuration variable test edit write image to true. Or using the get images when running Tesseract. If the resulting .tiff file looks problematic, try some of these image processing operations before passing the image to Tesseract. Inverting the image, rescaling, and it shows some examples of how to do this. I'm probably not going to do any of this. I'll probably try to do, I'm going to keep this around for a while. Page segmentation method. Right. Disabling the dictionaries Tesseract uses should increase recognition if most of the text isn't dictionary words. Right. Okay. Test edit car whitelist configuration var variable. Control params. Yeah, it's the same link. How do I recognize only digits? So it says this is an old file, but I guess this is still quite useful. Can I increase the speed? What output format? How to interpret? Lib cannot open share object file. Does not work. How do I uninstall? Error. Can't open. Can't read. No output with color images. Doesn't support multi-page TIFF. How do I edit box? UTF-8 buffer too big. How do I add one character or one font to my favorite language without having to retrain? How do I produce searchable PDF output? How to do streaming? Yes, please. Let's say you have an amazing but slow multi-page scanning device. It would be nice to OCR during scanning. In this example, the scanning program is sending image file names to Tesseract as they are produced. Tesseract streams a searchable PDF to standard out. Scan image, then you pipe it to Tesseract. Stream file list true. That's probably not what I can do for what I'm trying to do. There is a minimum text size for reasonable accuracy. You have to consider resolution as well as point size. Accuracy drops off below 10 point at 300 dpi, rapidly at 8 point. A quick check is to count the pixels of the X height of your characters. At 10 points at 300 dpi, X heights are typically at around 20 pixels. How do I see the number of pixels? I can't tell. All this can vary dramatically from font to font. Below an X height, you have very little chance of accurate results. Using LSTM, there seems to be a maximum X height somewhere around 30 pixels. Above that, Tesseract doesn't produce accurate results. The legacy engine seems to be less prone to this. Go look at this Google Groups. How do I unpack or alter existing language data? How to increase trust and strength of the dictionary? How can I have more? That's funny. More. Okay. Let's see here. Bunch of errors. Curious about this, just briefly. My question isn't here. Well, open a pull request. You can, but it won't work very well. Printed text. Okay. Tables recognition. It is known Tesseract has a problem with recognizing text data from tables. Still having problems. Okay. So, I think there's one or two config vars that I'll try. Probably I'll just try to tweak these two. See if I can remove some noise. And then the other thing I'll investigate is special characters, because clearly I'm losing, like these are quotes. That a caret is a quote. Quotations. As 2. Let me see if anybody in Godot knows about this. No, Godot. How do I put apostrophes within strings inside of an array? Yeah. Godot has weird quotation marks. Text-to-log. Not what I want. I don't know what those are. Instead of quote. I'm having the content site set to okay, but this is random. Yeah, I figured it'd be a UTF-8 type issue. Something like that. Yeah. Godot engine. Let me quote Godot here. All right, that's fine. I'll figure it out. Let me finish by git checkout-b. What did I do? So this was mostly about display text in game. Git status-s. Let's remove source tesseract test data old. Git add dot. Yep, that all looks good. Display text in game. Improve OCR quality. Cool. Some binary files, and then the detector. See, this is why I like PRs. Makes it easy to see what's going on. Oops, kind of in Vim mode here. Right, so I don't need this anymore. And I don't need that anymore. Yeah, so all that gets removed now. And the main scene has some changes to it. OCR CPP got a couple of small changes. And then we've got our viewport. And this is where all the meat got moved to, this sub viewport, which I'll probably rename at some point, but that's fine. Let's add the detector. Sham, clean up. Much better. So ripped all that stuff out of the detector and then moved it into a new GD script. And this one just handles the detector events. Cool. It's a bit more modular. All right, I think I'm going to start the stream there.